Tana is about leadership and citizenship. That's why we launch it with the leadership lecture. And that implied in the leadership lecture is the responsibility of citizenship that enables all of us not only to sacrifice and serve, but to innovate and transform. Tana is about Pan-Africanism and internationalism. It's about our lens. It's about our ideas and consciousness. It's about our narrative, our aspirations, and our solutions.
You are discussing peace and security, and all the work that the Department of Peace Operation and Political and Peace Building Affairs are doing is related to the peace and security dimension of the global world, but also focusing on Africa, Horn of Africa, and the recent development, which, as everybody agrees, has been like surprising everyone in a good sense.
It is therefore in this context that we are discussing the political dynamics in the Horn of Africa with a view to understanding the emerging trends and provide timely and appropriate responses aimed at promoting peace and stability and creating favorable conditions for unleashing the region's potential for economic growth and prosperity.
The situation in the Horn of Africa has changed out of all recognition. This is a region infused with a new spirit of hope. We are in a truly pivotal period with few precedents in our recent history.
The Horn of Africa region has been cooperating on matters of peace and security, which is a prerequisite for stability and without which economic integration will be hampered.
Political change in Ethiopia was so dynamic that we captured this dynamism in the theme of the conference. And unless this dynamism is guided and nurtured, then we may not be really benefiting the fruits of such dynamism.
Well, for me, what is one of the great things about Tana Forum is that it enables an academic like myself to mix with the practitioners on the ground who are actually conducting these peace operations, and it gives me a chance to both learn from their practical experience, but also for me to discuss the lessons that I think should be learned about this mission. So it's the mix of people that Tana brings here that's really important. NGOs and civil society, academics and political leaders.
I think the conversation happening here at Tana Forum is at the heart of what the African Union is doing. It's about economic integration. It's about continental security. It's about the free trade area that we have been celebrating. And it's about young people. So we just finished the last panel on migration, and this is an issue that affects young people in Africa. But also the theme of the year of the African Union is refugees, displaced and returnees, and the face of these refugees are young people. So every single conversation happening here, the questions that are raised here, the recommendations, the outcome of it speaks to what the African Union does.
course, AMISOM is one of the most important peace operations ever in modern history. It's the longest AU mission, it's the most expensive AU mission, the biggest AU mission, and sadly the most deadly AU mission. And so we need to learn lessons and understand this mission going forward. Well, sure, sadly, Al-Shabaab's insurgency has not just been confined to Somalia. This has been a problem and a challenge for the whole of the Horn of Africa and beyond. And so writing about a book about AMISOM now means that we have to think about the regional dynamics. It's not just a peace operation that affects Somalia. Well, for me, what is one of the great things about Tanna Forum is that it enables an academic like myself to mix with the practitioners on the ground who are actually conducting these peace operations, and it gives me a chance to both learn from their practical experience, but also for me to discuss the lessons that I think should be learned about this mission. So it's the mix of people.
My name is Julian Foyer. I'm working for the Munich Security Conference, and I'm the deputy head of our office in Berlin. So we did organize 2 side events, actually. First of all, I want to say we are really thankful to be cooperating with the Tanna Forum. We've been doing this for quite some time. We had a side event last year, and are even more glad to get that tradition going and have a second side event this year. And our main focus was on peacekeeping operations. We had a roundtable discussion to start off with, where we looked at how peacekeeping evolves and where it should be going, what should be the main themes for peacekeeping. And then in the night session, we kind of looked again at peacekeeping and rather focused more on the Somalia case and looked at what lessons can be learned from this case and how the situation with AMISOM is going to transit in the upcoming years. And I have to say, even though we organized them, so I probably always think positive about our roundtables and side events, I really enjoyed them and I really thought it was thought-provoking.
Yes, I'm the new Danish ambassador to Ethiopia and the African Union and Djibouti and South Sudan and IGAD and the UNECA. So it's really a broad portfolio. And to me, this is a wonderful experience to be at the Tanna Forum for the first time, to really get the context right, to know about Ethiopia and to know about the dynamics in the Horn of Africa. I think this is it is key. I mean, the latest session that we came out of was on migration. So the world is connected, whether you are in Europe or in Africa. So we are all connected in one way or the other. It was said that migration is a scar on humanity, and we as a bilateral, but also the multilateral agencies like the UN and the AU really needs to support this agenda. So we are all connected, and in that way, what came out of the Tanna Forum needs to take us to a better place. So we are better informed of how we combat migration, but also how we create better prosperity on the continent and in the world. I think the aspirations in a country like Ethiopia, where we are currently, the aspirations are very high and for a good reason. We have a new administration here that has really set the country free, and there are many great opportunities in terms of good governance and economic development, and that's why we are here to support that. But of course we also have to monitor the situation. There are still challenges, so the aspirations are there not least with the people, and we need to fulfill those aspirations. That's our role as a donor, and that's the role of the new Ethiopia.
The conversation happening here at Tanna Forum is at the heart of what the African Union is doing. It's about economic integration, it's about continental security, it's about the free trade area that we have been celebrating, and it's about young people. So we just finished the last panel on migration, and this is an issue that affects young people in Africa. But also the theme of the year of the African Union is refugees, displaced and returnees, and the face of these refugees are young people. So every single conversation happening here, the questions that are raised here, the recommendations, the outcome of it speaks to what the African Union does. I think Tanna Forum is a space of conversation, asking tough questions and addressing them in a multi-stakeholder approach. So you find here the United Nations, the African Union, the regional economic communities, different partners, developing partners, civil society, activists. And I think that what makes it unique, because it is high level, but at the same time, it speaks to what's happening on the ground. I really admire, which I was surprised, my first time here, I admire the format. There is no vertical format. We all sit in a circle and have a conversation. I was on a panel yesterday and we literally had a conversation together with the former president of Ghana. So there is also potential of Tanna Forum being a place of intergenerational dialogue if we bring more and more young voices into this place. So I admire the format, and I hope the format will continue to be engaging and horizontal, and will continue to speak to this networking space where we can come up with really concrete solutions and be frank and honest about what is the problem and how do we deal with it. I think the competition is an amazing idea. I was very proud of the winners and they presented their ideas. I think we should take Tana to young people as well. So instead of having it only here once a year, why not get it at a regional level in different countries in Africa and bring it to them? Because the conversation happening here is very much relevant to young people. The second thing is to use social media. So I know that we've been tweeting and we've been engaging online, but I think maybe we should do a live stream. Maybe we should do live Facebook sessions with all these leaders, already here. So really take advantage of the high-level profiles that are here and engage at a larger scale the youth population. I think my takeaway from Tana Forum, especially this year, is that we need to do much more partnership in order to reach our collective objective, especially for this region, for Horn of Africa. The challenges that we are facing is the concern of everyone, and so everyone has a role to play. So let's just get together and bring more young people to the table of discussion. Yeah, I hope for the next Tana Forum for us to also continue to address the theme of the Year of the African Union, but have on every single panel a young person and have a gender balance on the panels.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Keita, and I'm the Assistant Secretary General for Africa in the Department of Peace Operation, as well as the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, United Nations, based in New York. Well, you are discussing peace and security, and all the work that the Department of Peace Operation and Political and Peacebuilding Affairs are doing is related to the peace and security dimension of the global world, but also focusing on Africa. And in the context of focusing on Africa, Horn of Africa and the recent development, which, as everybody agrees, has been like surprising everyone in a good sense, and the tectonic change is of course of concern to me, because this is my day every day, and work with my collaborators in New York to support the countries, and doing this through support to the African Union, because as part of the vision of the Secretary General and the effort of the subsidiarity, we are supporting the efforts coming from the continent. So African Union, and then in the context of the sub-regional organization, IGAD is the one which we are supporting, because they are the ones who are brokering the deals in terms of peace negotiations, peace agreement, etc. Well, I believe AU, you will have to ask AU directly, because I'm talking as UN partnering with African Union. So for us, the key is ensuring that the diplomatic overture is sustained, and if anything we can do through the UN presence in the Horn of Africa, through the special representative of the Secretary General, or even through the special envoy, because we have now a new envoy, and for the first time who has been appointed, Mr. Parfait Onyanga, to be the special envoy of the Secretary General for the Horn of Africa, which shows the importance that the Secretary General accords to the Horn of Africa. So with all of the people and also the mission that we have in the field, we have UNSOM in Somalia, we have UNMISS in South Sudan, we have UNAMID in Darfur, and so forth and so on. We are doing our best through good officers, through support to the rule of law, to the support to the security sectors, with our uniformed personnel, police also, to help all the countries, and being in a facilitation role, basically. Well, I think for me, basing my comment on the 2 days of discussions which have taken place here in Tana, when we have a situation where it has to become shared resources, I believe this is a way to go, because everyone has to be in a win-win situation. So I think if we move with that spirit, we should be able to coexist in a pacific manner, and not undermining the interest of the countries that are on the shore as well as those who are not on the shore. So shared resources in a spirit of cooperation. For me, it's a wealth of experience and knowledge which is accumulated in one place at one point in time, and having access to that knowledge and networks to further the work that we are doing. So the partnership. So let's put it the other way around. UN is supporting the government, the countries, the people to do what they have to do in terms of implementing policies and everything. So we are not the implementers per se. We are facilitating, mobilizing resources, providing the technical expertise, assistance, everything on the ground for the people in the country, the leaders in the country to take responsibility and charge.
Excellency Salewok Zudi, the President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former President of Ghana and Chairperson of the Tana Forum, Excellency Musafaki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Mahdi Mohamed Ould, Deputy Prime Minister of Somalia, Excellency Dr. Joyce Banda, former President of Malawi, Excellency Catherine Samba Panza, former President of the Central African Republic, Excellency Thabo Mbeki, former President of the Republic of South Africa, Excellency Dr. Richard Sesbera, Foreign Affairs Minister, Rwanda, Excellency Honorable General Eli Tumwine, Minister for Security, Uganda, and our host, Dr. Ambechu Mekonnen, who is the Prime Minister of the Amhara region, and Excellency Dr. Gedu Andakachu, who's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ethiopia. Ambassadors here present, directors of various African Union institutions, honorable members of the African Academy and civil society, you are welcome. I would be remiss if I did not recognize the commissioner. I asked him to introduce himself to our moderator without explanation. Ambassador Chegi, thank you so much for your support. I wanted to practice my Amharic, and I'm not sure why you are laughing. Inkon Dehena Mechu. President Begi would have said, Siana Mugela Lonken, and our brothers from East Africa would have said, what would they have said? Right. Until you discover, I will not let you know. My name is Brian Tamuka Kagoro. We would have said in East Africa, Karibuni Kwetu, which means welcome. And welcome, you're welcome. I want to tell you just a little bit about Tana, and that's presumptuous because looking around the room, most people are veterans of Tana, but sometimes you have to repeat what the house is about so that people are reminded that the culture in this house is different from the usual practice. In this space, so when I was coming here, President Salama, you know, they were asking me, well, Tana, you're always talking about it, what's Tana? So my answer was, Tana is a place, it's a space, it's an idea and an ideal, it's a journey. It's a place where we encourage former and sitting heads of state to dialogue with African activists and thinkers and partners from the development community, as well as the length and breadth of African bureaucrats about African issues and African solutions. So we do so in an informal setting. I had to go through that whole list of protocols. If I omitted anyone, it is not because the person is not sufficiently important. I think, as you can see, I'm a very shy guy and I'm feeling a bit nervous, so it was on the list, but I was not able to do it. And this dialogue is about policy making, it's about policy change and policy transformation. Often when persons leave office, like the former heads of state will tell you, they feel freer to talk about issues that may have been too weighty and too sensitive when they were in office. So we do not want to waste that time for deep and wide reflections on very substantive issues. So Tana is not a talk shop. Every Tana we've come to, there's been a report, research, and evidence that informs what we do. So I'd like you, as we dialogue, please do not make any assumptions that no one understood. In this room, if you were to measure intelligence and capacity in electricity terms, this would have been a power station. So there is no need to over-elaborate. Once you've made your point, I would encourage you to move on. Make no assumptions at all about that. But Tana goes everywhere, Your Excellencies. Tana is here in Bada. Tana has had pre-forums in different places. Tana had an essay competition for young people to engage. Tana holds multi-stakeholder forums. Tana participates in discussions about peace and security outside Africa, and the partners from Munich Security Council are here, and we duly acknowledge them, along with all the other partners of Tana that are in this room. Please, let's give them a pam-pam. We also do, as a habit, a book launch. And often some people say, why did you not just launch a book written by an African based in Africa about Africa? The explanation is simple. And the former Chief Justice of Kenya, Dr. William Tunga, said, the approach of pragmatic Pan-Africanists is to indigenize knowledge. That means rely on your own. Number two, to make sure that borrowed knowledge is not inorganically fixed. But number three, to diversify your sources of knowledge. That means draw from the experiences of other people so that your own is not recreating or reinventing the wheel. So that's why we do it. But Tana is about leadership and citizenship. That's why we launch it with the leadership lecture. And that implied in the leadership lecture is the responsibility of citizenship that enables all of us not only to sacrifice and serve, but to innovate and transform. But Tana is about Pan-Africanism and internationalism. It's about our lens. It's about our ideas and consciousness. It's about our narrative, our aspirations, and our solutions.
Good morning, everyone. Her Excellency Ambassador Sahle Zewde, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments, Honorable Ministers and Ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government and the people of the state of Amhara, It is my honor and joy to welcome you all to the city of Bahir Dar and invite you to feel at home and enjoy the delights of Ethiopia. Welcome to Bahir Dar again. The people and the state of Amhara National Regional State are so grateful and thankful to your presence, commitment, and upholding of the spirit of the Tana High-Level Security Forum. We, at the state of Amhara government, are very delighted for hosting the Tana High-Level Forum on Security in Africa. I'm also personally happy for joining you at this forum for the first time. I sincerely believe that Bahir Dar, the capital city of Amhara National Regional State, is honored for being chosen as a host city to the Tana High-Level Security Forum. Bahir Dar is the city where the Blue Nile River, the longest river of the world, starts its journey from Lake Tana to the Mediterranean Sea. The city is one of the fastest growing and tourist destination cities in Ethiopia. The Amhara National Regional State's diverse investment opportunities and the presence of Ethiopia's marvelous cultural and natural tourism heritage sites in the state, including the rock-hewn churches of Lalibela, the castles of Gondar, the scenic beauty of the Semien Mountains, the islands and monasteries of Lake Tana, and the Blue Nile waterfalls and others, enabling Bahir Dar to attract more conferences, investments, and tourists. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Tana Forum is an innovative and broad-based venue founded with the aim of playing a crucial role in bringing about sustainable peace and contributing to the implementation of the African Union Tripoli Declaration of August 2009. The ACE Tana High-Level Forum on Security in Africa is happening at a critical moment when democratic changes are taking place in Ethiopia and the Horn of African countries. Regional peace building and collaboration initiatives are giving hope to all people, loving people of the world, peace-loving people of the world. We hope the ACE Tana Forum discussion on the theme of political dynamics in the Horn of Africa, nurturing the emerging peace trends, will have a great contribution to strengthening the positive political development and peace-building initiatives in the Horn of Africa. Your Excellency, the President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, wishing every success to this forum, once again, I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to Bahir Dar. Thank you so much.
Mr. John Dramani Mahama, former President of Ghana and Chairman of Tana Board, Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia, former heads of states present here, and I would recognize President Thabo Mbeki and my two sisters, the former presidents of Central African Republic and Malawi, two countries that I know well. Dr. Ambacho Mekonnen, President of the Amhara Regional State, foreign ministers, ministers present here, ambassadors, representative of the United Nations and regional organizations, and most of all, many friends present in this room, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to add also my voice to the one of Dr. Ambacho in welcoming you all to Bahir Dar. Thank you for being here in numbers, but also in quality. It feels great to see many familiar faces, friends, as well as newcomers. I'm personally very happy to be back to this beautiful city of Bahir Dar to attend the 8th edition of the TANA Forum, a forum I know well for having attended all past editions except I think one or two. Michelle would know. I did so because I believed in the candid dialogue and in-depth exchange, in the interaction and consultation with a broad-based African constituency on issues on security and challenges faced by the continent towards Africa-centered solutions that TANA is known for. And I still continue believing in the spirit of TANA. It gives me a great opportunity to thank those who contributed relentlessly to bring TANA to this high level. And I would like to recognize here President Mbeki and of course President Obasanjo, who I think is not present here today. My appreciation goes to all those who have been involved in organizing this edition of the forum. And I'll start by commending the leadership of President Mahama and members of his board, IPSS and its leadership, Dr. Kidane and Michel Ndiaye, their team, the municipality of Bahir Dar City, a city we have seen growing and changing over the years, its inhabitants for their warm welcome and traditional hospitality we have been enjoying every year. This forum is taking place at a time when the Horn of Africa is passing through dramatic changes, changes that have rekindled a sense of hope and optimism for the peoples of the region. However, the region also continues to face many challenges, a shifting regional and international geopolitical landscape. It is therefore in this context that we are discussing the political dynamics in the Horn of Africa with a view to understanding the emerging trends and provide timely and appropriate responses aimed at promoting peace and stability and creating favorable conditions for unleashing the region's potential for economic growth and prosperity. One of the major changes that has happened in the region, and I think a very important one, is the one that took place right here in Ethiopia. Today, our country has embarked in a huge transformation process, in an inclusive path in addressing the many challenges that we are facing. We have had remarkable achievements so far. One of the things that I would like to mention here is that not later than yesterday or the day before, we celebrated the Press Freedom Day in Addis Ababa, when we know that a year ago, our country was ranked at the bottom of the Press Freedom Index. I think this is a testimony to for a country which has come from very far. I think this is a context that we are evolving in. But of course, a lot remains to be done, and this is the focus of the government currently. In these turbulent times, it was indeed good news that frozen conflicts in the Horn came to an end, setting in motion a new era of relations between and among countries in the region. The normalization or rapprochement between Ethiopia and Eritrea not only ended the long-standing no war, no peace situation between our two countries, but heralded a new era of regional peace and stability in the whole. This normalization is also going beyond Ethiopia and Eritrea and reaching out to all other countries in the whole. These positive developments have certainly opened doors to opportunities that need to be addressed adequately in a sustainable manner. With the change, there is a renewed dynamism for accelerating regional integration within the sub-region by further strengthening the infrastructure links and cementing people-to-people relation. This is an imperative for the region to fully utilize its potentials and enormous opportunities. The signing of the revitalized peace agreement between the South Sudanese parties renewed optimism for ending the South Sudanese conflict. With almost 8 months now that guns were largely silenced. There are indeed delays in meeting some of the timelines and benchmarks which underscore the challenges that lay ahead. But I cannot agree more than with what the Secretary General of the United Nations said, and I quote, "The revitalized agreement is currently the best and only option for a political solution to the conflict in South Sudan," end of quote. That is why the international community has no other alternative than to support the parties to live up to their commitments and implement the agreement. I'm happy to note that the different parties to the agreement have agreed 2 days ago to extend the pre-transitional period to implement pending issues for another 6 months, which I hope will be used wisely and with a sense of urgency. We also commend the government of the Republic of South Sudan for showing its commitment by allocating $100 million to expedite implementation of the agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, while there is euphoria with the wind of change blowing across our region, we cannot overlook the many challenges that still persist. We have a lot of work to do in addressing our internal vulnerabilities by focusing on governance and socioeconomic challenges to meet the needs and aspirations of our peoples. As much as our youthful population is a potential resource for us to reap in the demographic dividend, any failure on our part to give them a sense of hope and future will be indeed a source of instability. In this context, we have all been following closely the unfolding situation in neighboring Sudan. That the Transitional Military Council has committed itself to handing over power to a civilian government is encouraging, and we very much hope that all Sudanese political actors will work together in good faith and engage in a meaningful political dialogue to overcome the current challenges. The peace and stability of the Sudan is no doubt closely intertwined to that of the Horn of Africa, and we in the region have the duty to stand in support and solidarity of this sisterly nation as it strives to ensure a peaceful transition to meet the needs and aspirations of its peoples. Mesdames et messieurs, au niveau régional, les nouvelles dynamiques géopolitiques sont essentiellement en train de transformer la Corne de l'Afrique et la mer Rouge en un seul espace géopolitique
Okay. It's okay? Well, welcome to our 5th day of the TANA Forum. For those who have only joined us for the first time today, we have an exciting program, 3 back-to-back sessions. The title of the next session is Towards the Pan-African Dream, African Feminist Considerations for the AfCFTA. And it's being hosted by AfriFem Macroeconomics Collective. I will shortly introduce the moderator for the session. But before I do, I just wanted to give you a snippet of some of the highlights from the deliberations yesterday. There were 5 key messages that came from the conversation yesterday. The first is that as we liberalize, or as we open up, or as we form the continental free trade area, we need to make sure that global and regionalized trade is also decolonized, so that we're not replicating forms and means and approaches to trade that produce poverty and inequality on an industrial scale. The second message was the need to ensure that there is buy-in from ordinary people, including cross-border traders, informal sector workers, vendors. And the suggestion was that we need to make sure that as we communicate, what is communicated is accessible in terms of language, so that beyond the Anglophone, Francophone, Lusophone, Arabophone, or any other phonies, you communicate with people in their indigenous languages, but also break down the concepts of a continental free trade agreement such that they are digestible. The third was the need to ensure that as the world moves to a more virtual or tech-based economies, that these don't replicate inequalities, but that we build sufficient infrastructure and institution, both transboundary as well as within local communities and national communities, to ensure that poor people are not left out of this virtual economy. And in discussing the virtual economy, we also discussed the taxing rights of African countries and the prioritization of whether access and taxation and what the roles of government and that's the public sector and the private sector would be. We also discussed as a third issue the issue of financing, making sure that African SMEs have access to finance. And we've talked about finance and other services, such that it's not just money, but the intermediate support services that would enable them, firstly, to build institutions, to build capacities, and also the competencies to comply with or to make standards that would be applicable around and across the continent. The fourth most interesting thing was the role of African knowledge and the academy in producing not only skilled African entrepreneurs and workers, but also in critiquing, in expanding, in enriching and broadening the AfCFTA. The fifth message, which was fairly interesting, was to look at the relationship between the regional and the international, how to bridge the inequities of power through what developmental regionalism, as somebody said. You will be able to access some of the discussions that we had yesterday and days before on the web. Now, allow me to introduce the moderator of the session so that we can begin deliberations this afternoon. Ms. Cristal Simeoni is the director of NAWI AfriFem Macroeconomics Collective. She has worked for over a decade on macro level inequalities and also on issues of women's rights and macroeconomic policy at both the continental and global level, trying to infuse into the thinking Pan-Africanist analysis and perspectives so that these determine policy at the continental and global level. She is a champion for women at all levels so that women are able to influence macroeconomic policy decision making. And also, in her analysis and approach, the question of power is central. Who wields power and how can we transform such power? I will now hand over to Cristal and wish all of you present here in Addis in the room and those of you joining us virtually a great set of deliberations, and all the best to the session moderator and the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Memory, Chennai, Fatma, for an engaging session. The challenge for African leaders, the challenge for African policymakers, and those driving the AfCFTA is not only to engage in listening to and hearing people, but ensuring that groups such as AWI are able to shape the trajectory of the AfCFTA, and that not only is there a commitment to rethink certain things, but there be a commitment to take on board the lived experiences, the thoughts, the inputs of those who will have and live with the consequences of AfCFTA. And I think that this is a huge challenge for policy. We're going to be talking to policymakers in the next 15 minutes, and hopefully some of the participants who've joined this particular conversation will stay on to ask some of the very senior policymakers that are joining the next conversation some of the questions raised. The commitment at TANA is not to make any issue of pertinence a ghetto. It's also not to just talk about issues. TANA is not a policy-making platform, but it's a space where we enable dialogue to happen. And it's up to policymakers and also activists, artists, and academics that come here to ensure that beyond TANA, these conversations are actually taken on board in reshaping African policy. If there is tea and coffee, unfortunately, the breaks today are very small. I'll ask that you take 10 minutes, try and grab a coffee or a tea, and then return for another engaging session. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, as I've already said, to the wonderful panel that we've had, and see you in the next 13 minutes. Pom-pom. Somebody was asking me what a pom-pom is. It's exactly that. Please, tea and coffee are free. Yeah, we Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to request the delegates in the room to try and settle down for the session. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this is the 5th day of the 2020 Tana Forum, and we're going to where we've been exploring the link between the continental free trade area and conflict transformation. And this particular session will bring those two themes into focus. We're joined by an eminent panel, and two, I think, are in the room. The other will join us virtually. Excellencies, with your permission, what I will do is first introduce our moderator for the session, and then I will then call upon you to join me on the stage. The session will be moderated by Faten Agad, who's an Algerian national and is advisor to the High Representative of the AU, chairperson on future relations with the European Union. Faten has served in different capacities, including as an advisor to the Africa Forum, Business Association, to the Maendeleo Group, and a consultant for multiple United Nations agencies. She has also worked for several think tanks in South Africa and Europe, and she is a guest lecturer at the Geneva Center for Security Policy in Geneva. I'm going to invite Her Excellency, the UN Special Representative to the African Union, UNOA, Ms. Hannah Tete, to kindly join us on the stage, Excellency. And I'm also going to invite His Excellency, Mr. Remy Marechal, the Ambassador of France to Ethiopia and representative to the African Union. Excellencies, I am not deserting you. I will leave you on the stage so that we comply with social distancing requirements. I wish you the most productive conversation. I will return at the end of the session. All the best to the moderator.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. And I think that to address this question adequately, we've really got to look at the root causes of conflict. And in a number of our countries, the root causes of conflict are economic. The challenges of underdevelopment and poverty. And of course, the inadequacy of national responses to meet those challenges, and the competition for resources. Resources in terms of grazing land, in terms of access to land for cultivation, but resources in terms of access to water, and so on and so forth. Some of the most basic things that cause intercommunal conflict. And so when we think of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is a trade and developmental agreement, we've got to recognize that in order to be able to have the development that we seek as a result of the implementation of this agreement, especially in countries that are emerging from conflict, they will require a tremendous amount of support in order to be able to develop the trade facilitation infrastructure that is critical to being able to participate in this regime. And so the comments that you made initially about uneven integration are most likely to be the scenario that we see with the implementation of the AfCFTA in countries emerging from conflict. But the fact that something is difficult doesn't mean that it cannot be done. It just means that we have to be very realistic as regards the issues that need to be addressed in order to be able to make progress on these issues. Trade requires infrastructure in order to be able to take goods and services, whether you're doing that in terms of physical goods transporting from one location to another, or whether nowadays, as we are doing, the delivery of more services can be done online. Most countries that are currently in conflict or emerging from conflict have a deficit of infrastructure. So being able to bridge that gap and identifying what are the key transport routes in order to support trade from those countries is going to be an important part of any country's export strategy to take advantage of the AfCFTA. The other point that I would like to make is that we forget sometimes when we are talking about trade that this is a highly regulated sector. You're talking about consumer protection, you're talking about standards, you're talking about making sure that there is health and safety taken into consideration, especially when you're dealing with food products. But the opportunity that exists in terms of creating regional value chains, especially for agricultural products, and being able to use that to alleviate hunger is an important reason why, as I said, the fact that this is difficult doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done. So the first point I'm making is that for countries emerging from conflict, setting up the trade facilitation infrastructure is going to be a challenge. Secondly, investing in the key supporting infrastructure is important. Thirdly, developing the human capacity is equally important. In most countries on the continent, and I'm generalizing because I don't want to deal with specific country situations, the informal sector accounts for 70 to 80% of the economy, and I'm being generous. There are very few countries that actually can say that the formal sector of the economy contributes 50% of their GDP. More often than not, it is the informal sector. And added to that, we have a situation where we have a lot of micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, among these enterprises, which are the ones that are the best candidates to be able to take advantage of the AfCFTA and begin to trade across borders? What kind of support needs to be given at the country level to help them to build capacity to do that? Once you've got those various points in place and you've developed, as I said, a strategy to be able to address this, then you can look at how you are going to deal with some of the root causes of conflict and the conflict drivers and provide the necessary support and investment for the small and medium enterprises in those sectors to be part of larger supply chains, because they're not likely to be able to do this by themselves, to be part of larger supply chains to take advantage of the AfCFTA. So I don't want to present a rosy picture of everything is going to be wonderful once this agreement is implemented. It would not be realistic. But even though it requires a lot of work, it is possible to take advantage of the market access that is provided to support and to promote further regional integration, especially as regards the movement of goods across the regions. It also will be an opportunity for us to improve food security by developing regional value chains for key products. It also is an opportunity, once you've created the opportunities for trade, to create the businesses that alleviate poverty and give people the reason to think about planning for a future instead of just thinking about living from day to day. So I'll end by saying that we should not be too, too optimistic about the AfCFTA being a factor in reducing conflict over the short term. But for as long as there's adequate strategy, development and implementation, and of course the financial and technical support to be able to develop the sectors of the economy that can benefit most from this arrangement, we will be able to have the countries that are in conflict more integrated into the sub-regional and regional economies and create opportunities for them to be able to generate the resources to promote their own development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Merci. J'imagine comme il y a un service de traduction, il est possible de s'exprimer en français. Donc, ce qui est clair, quand on examine la nature des conflits africains aujourd'hui, on s'aperçoit que l'essentiel de ces conflits sont des conflits internes aux États africains, et ce sont des conflits qui trouvent leur cause profonde dans un manque de développement et surtout un sentiment d'injustice. Je pense que Bancardia pourra en parler dans le cas de la République centrafricaine. Mais si on prend les principaux conflits, notamment ici dans la région, la situation du Chebab, c'est clair que quand on analyse ce mouvement qui est le plus puissant des mouvements terroristes d'Afrique actuellement, on s'aperçoit que c'est une organisation qui a comme principal atout sa capacité à fournir un revenu régulier à ses combattants, et que les combattants qui sont le plus indoctrinés sont en fait les chefs et sont très minoritaires. C'est un peu la même chose au Sahel. Quand on regarde l'extension de la menace d'Al-Qaïda au Sahel, qui est descendue du Nord Mali vers le centre du Mali et maintenant le Burkina Faso, on s'aperçoit, c'est décrit amplement, qu'il y a une manipulation, une utilisation de la frustration de certaines communautés, notamment la communauté Peul, qui se sent marginalisée, qui se sent maltraitée par la justice des différents États. En République centrafricaine, Banker en reparlera sans doute, mais le conflit est de manière très directe et très évidente motivé par le pillage des ressources naturelles, et on s'aperçoit que les principales zones de conflit sont celles qui abritent des mines d'or ou des champs de diamants ou qui sont des aires de transhumance. Dernier exemple que je vais prendre, c'est la dégradation récente de la situation au nord du Mozambique. On est parti d'un sentiment de frustration d'une communauté locale qui se sent isolée, mal desservie par les services publics, victime de captation foncière et qui s'est engagé dans un mouvement de rébellion qui devient maintenant international et qui là aussi est accéléré par les perspectives d'exploitation d'hydrocarbures. Donc ma conclusion, c'est simplement, je pense qu'on la partage ici, que les conflits actuels en Afrique trouvent leur cause profonde dans le manque de perspective et la marginalisation. Et c'est pour ça que la réponse à ces conflits comporte toujours une dimension de développement, naturellement, de retour des services de l'État et de développement économique plus généralement. C'est ce qu'on constate au Sahel, où les quatre piliers de la coalition actuellement mise en place, 2 de ces 4 piliers portent sur le retour des services de l'État, mais essentiellement le développement économique. Il n'y a pas de solution militaire à ces crises. Face à cette situation, il est clair que l'AfCFTA peut être un game changer, peut apporter une solution aux causes profondes, pas aux causes immédiates, et je suis d'accord avec ce qui a été dit, c'est pas de silver bullet, mais quand on lit, quand on prend connaissance des évaluations faites notamment par la Banque mondiale sur les conséquences attendues sur les 15 prochaines années, je vais citer qu'un chiffre, on a une augmentation du PIB global du continent de 450 milliards de dollars. Maintenant, et je crois que ça a été dit par Madame Tété, ça ne va pas se faire vite. La solution ne sera pas immédiate. Et il faut avoir conscience qu'il y a de très nombreux défis dont nous avons pu prendre la mesure, je veux dire, au niveau européen, parce qu'il nous a fallu, nous, presque 70 ans pour arriver à l'intégration économique, qui est l'objectif poursuivi par le CFTA. Parmi ces défis, il est évident que tous les États ne seront pas gagnants à court terme. Les projections montrent que, notamment les États enclavés, seront dans un premier temps victimes de transferts vers les pays côtiers, ce qui suppose la mise en place de mécanismes de compensation. Tout ça a été anticipé. C'est la raison pour laquelle l'AfCFTA a mis en place a annoncé la création d'une facilité d'1 milliard de dollars. Il faut aussi comprendre que la facilitation des échanges passe aussi par une augmentation de la mobilité des populations, et donc ça suppose un renforcement des capacités des services douaniers, ça suppose également un renforcement de la coopération entre États africains dans le domaine de la sécurité ou du renseignement. Après, pour revenir très directement à votre question, qui porte au soutien que nous entendons apporter à ce projet, j'aimerais juste revenir pour donner une perspective européenne. Cette perspective européenne, vous le savez tous, c'est que depuis qu'on s'est lancé au niveau de l'Union européenne, dans la création, dans cette intégration régionale, l'Europe bénéficie, depuis maintenant 70 ans, de la plus longue période de stabilité et de prospérité de son histoire. Et l'objectif politique de cette intégration économique était très clair dans l'ambition des pères fondateurs de l'Europe. Je cite notamment Robert Schuman, qui en 1950 disait « Nous n'avons pas su construire l'Europe, donc nous avons eu la guerre ». Donc l'objectif était évident. Cet objectif a été difficile à mettre en œuvre parce que construire une intégration aussi poussée, ça suppose renoncer pour les États à une part de souveraineté. Ça veut dire accepter de transférer des compétences sur la régulation des mouvements de biens, de services, de capitaux. Ça veut dire accepter de nouvelles normes, ça veut dire faire converger les droits nationaux. Et cette renonciation à une partie de souveraineté, couplée avec des bénéfices qui peuvent être à long terme pour des coûts à court terme, va nécessiter une forte volonté politique, la réaffirmation d'une volonté politique de la part de nos partenaires africains. Donc, la raison pour laquelle nous avons décidé, de même que d'autres partenaires de l'Union européenne et l'Union européenne collectivement, de soutenir ce projet, cette raison elle est double. La première, et au risque de me répéter, c'est sur le territoire de l'Union européenne qu'existe l'expérience la plus aboutie d'intégration économique d'abord, puis politique, dont nous voyons très directement l'impact positif. La deuxième raison, c'est que l'Union européenne est le partenaire extérieur le plus proche du continent africain, que la croissance du continent africain est un intérêt évident pour tous les partenaires européens, et que cette croissance ne peut que renforcer la stabilisation, ça a été expliqué, ne peut que contribuer à la paix, et on ne peut pas être européen, a fortiori un membre fondateur de l'Union européenne, sans être pan-européen. Et mon sentiment, c'est qu'on ne peut pas être le plus proche partenaire de l'Union africaine tout en étant européen, sans être panafricain. Et donc c'est pour ça que l'analyse que la France a faite, à savoir que la mise en place de la zone de libre-échange continentale peut changer radicalement les perspectives de croissance économique, mais aussi de stabilité du continent. C'est pourquoi il est dans notre intérêt direct de l'appuyer par tous les moyens possibles. Donc nous avons déjà mis en place, pour citer quelques chiffres, une facilité d'1,5 million. Nous espérons, j'espère, qu'en janvier 2021, je serai en mesure de présenter le quadruplement de cet effort. Je sais que d'autres partenaires font la même chose, l'Allemagne, la Suède, le Danemark, et que l'Union européenne collectivement le fait aussi. Donc pour conclure, nous avons le sentiment que ce projet peut provoquer un changement radical et bénéfique, et qu'il est dans notre intérêt de tout faire pour soutenir ce projet, et que nous avons peut-être plus que d'autres la capacité de le faire, parce que nous avons l'expérience de cette intégration, qui n'est pas facile, je le répète, nous avons mis 70 ans pour y arriver, mais nous sommes en mesure de partager l'expérience acquise. Merci.
Thank you.
Je pense que vous avez raison, c'est ce nouveau contexte créé par la zone de libre-échange continentale nous offre une opportunité de revoir complètement la manière dont nous travaillons avec, encore une fois, notre partenaire le plus proche, qui est l'Union africaine. Nous avons, dans les semaines et les mois qui viennent, de nombreuses occasions de le faire. Donc il va y avoir une ministérielle entre l'Union européenne et l'Union africaine au mois de décembre qui vise à préparer un sommet des chefs d'État en 2021, dont la date n'est pas encore fixée, qui aurait dû avoir lieu à la fin de cette année, mais que le Covid nous a imposé de repousser. Ce sommet arrive à un moment où l'Union européenne vient de décider de la création de nouveaux instruments. On est à la fin, sans être trop technique, on est à la fin d'un cycle financier qui nous a amené à revoir complètement nos instruments, à mettre en place notamment la facilité européenne de paix, à mettre en place un instrument de soutien au développement qui sera plus dédié spécifiquement à l'Afrique ou une zone en particulier, mais qui est dédié au monde entier, donc qui est le NDICI. Et on arrive également au moment où nous devons convenir du renouvellement de l'accord de Cotonou qui liait l'Union européenne à ses partenaires ACP. On en a discuté encore récemment avec l'Union africaine, qui souhaite que ces deux processus convergent. Et c'est aussi notre volonté. Donc tout ça pour dire qu'on est à un moment très particulier où tout converge pour qu'on redéfinisse un petit peu la nature de notre partenariat. Et de ce point de vue-là, à mes yeux, il y a une double démarche nécessaire. La première, c'est qu'on soit de part et d'autre, du côté européen et du côté africain, explicite sur les intérêts que nous avons, les priorités que nous avons l'un envers l'autre. Donc l'Union européenne a déjà défini ses intérêts en Afrique, a déjà défini ses priorités, ou les priorités qu'elle souhaite voir mises en œuvre sur le continent africain. Maintenant, nous espérons que nos partenaires africains feront la même chose. On attend que l'Union africaine définisse, précise ses intérêts en Union européenne, que l'Union africaine définisse sa stratégie européenne, et qu'une fois qu'on fait converger les deux, on trouve de manière objective, explicite, les intérêts communs et les priorités communes pour changer un peu la manière dont on travaille, qu'on n'ait plus une stratégie de l'Union européenne pour l'Union africaine, mais une stratégie de l'Union européenne avec l'Union africaine. Ça, c'est le premier point. Le deuxième point, c'est qu'on introduise au maximum, dans tous les instruments nouveaux dont nous allons convenir avec nos partenaires africains, une notion très simple et essentielle dans les relations internationales, qui est celle de la réciprocité. Donc il est important qu'on quitte la démarche qu'on a pu avoir jusqu'à présent, où on avait un bloc au nord qui était essentiellement constitué d'un groupe de bailleurs qui regardaient le continent africain comme un terrain vers lequel il fallait délivrer de l'aide au développement, et à l'inverse des partenaires qui considéraient l'Union européenne presque comme un bailleur exclusivement et pas comme un ensemble de partenaires politiques et comme un partenaire politique. Donc nous avons, et je m'arrêterai là, nous avons vraiment la capacité dans les semaines et les mois qui viennent de redéfinir sur la base d'intérêts objectifs communs la manière dont nous entendons promouvoir ensemble ces intérêts communs.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. The CFTA is essentially, let us remember once again, it's about trade. And trade takes place sometimes with companies producing that are state-owned enterprises, but more often than not, we want to encourage the private sector. So I think when you get down to the brass tacks of it, you have to ask yourself, how are we going to integrate policy development at the national level that is aligned to policy at the regional level to ensure that the intended beneficiaries of these policies, namely our African enterprises, are able to take advantage of these new developments, promote their businesses, promote their exports, export more within our countries in order to be able to generate revenue for themselves, and consequently they will become wealthier, there will be more tax revenue for the state, and then we will see that the economies will be able to promote development. So I think that while it's very good to discuss this issue from a level of 10,000 feet and look in terms of the broader policy dimensions, let's always remember that policy is meant to benefit and to advantage particular groups in order that they can thrive. And in the case of the AfCFTA, that's what we're talking about. When we talk about rules of origin in the AfCFTA, what we're saying is that we want to have an agreement on the amount of local content that has to be in a product or in a service in order to qualify for the duty exemptions, and therefore to be able to be more competitive vis-a-vis products from any other part of the world that are being charged duty in order to be able to enter into that market, and of course will be available for consumption. So the point I want to make is this. While the generality of flagship initiatives that were developed under Agenda 2063 are all different parts of a puzzle in order to promote Africa's growth and development, the devil in terms of the successful implementation of any of these lies in the detail. I think that we need to focus on the detail of how we get to this implementation, achieving the objective of using as much local content as possible and encouraging the production of that local content, allowing, whether it is commodities, intermediate processed goods or finished goods, to be exported to other African countries duty-free in an effort to make them more competitive as against exports from any other part of the world, and how that should help the economies to be able to expand their market access beyond their national boundaries within the sub-region and within the region. Now, I know this sounds like a bit of a technical explanation, but again, I think it's important for us to focus on the actual and not on the theory. If we are able to ensure that these various policies, for instance, it's going to be difficult to have trade and under the AfCFTA if we don't also look at freedom of movement. Because if you have to go through every embassy every time you are going to have to get a visa to go to another African country, chances are that is going to make it very difficult for you to trade there. And there's always the option that your visa might be rejected anyway, so that you might not even be able to go. So you've got to look at the various building blocks that are required to facilitate trade. And I think that's where we build the synergies. We look at what are the policies that need to be implemented immediately to promote greater trade among African countries and greater local production, taking advantage of the rules of origin, so that at the end of the day, the benefits are found in our countries. Now, let me just make that a bit more practical, because again, let's take a country like Ethiopia, where we are at the moment. Ethiopia produces wonderful coffee, and the trade infrastructure that was set up through the Ethiopian Commodity Exchange allows for thousands of small-scale farmers to be able to sell their produce, and they have been assisted to be able to produce at a specific quality and to generate revenue for themselves based on the quality of their produce. That gives them an incentive to do better. Because of the policies that were formulated in the development of the ECX, the Ethiopian government now has the benefit of aggregation of large volumes of coffee, which allow them to export a consistent quality, not just to African countries, but to the rest of the world. And they can attract premium prices for their product. All of the interventions that went into creating that support mechanism for that structure to be established to allow for the successful export of the coffee has created a situation where farmers in those communities have better incomes, more stable incomes, and therefore, once they are able to look after themselves, there's less competition for other things because they have the resources to be able to buy. So please, as we talk about this within the context of conflict, peace, and security, and understanding that all of these issues are interlinked, let us understand that different policy regimes and different programs have to be implemented in specific ways in order to achieve the identified outcomes. And we cannot always necessarily put them all together and talk about them and say this is just going to be wonderful without looking at the detail of how we make it happen. If we focus on how we make it happen and we make sure that we do the implementation well, this can be a game changer. But we have to look at the specifics, we have to be realistic, we have to think about how we are going to fund those investments, and we are going to have to think about how those countries, especially the most fragile, are going to deal with the revenue loss from the loss of customs revenue at the time when this is implemented, what the impact will be in their economies, and therefore how we give them the incentives to continue to implement, to achieve the desired outcomes in the medium term. Once again, I'd like to thank the Tana Forum organizers for inviting me. It's been a pleasure to be here. I'm sorry I have to leave early because I have another meeting that I'm now going to enter into online. But it has been a pleasure to be here with all the other panelists. And I hope that as a result, we can be more pragmatic in our thinking about how we make the AfCFTA a game changer for the fragile countries emerging from conflict so that we can promote their growth and development and help them to be better off than they are currently. Thank you very much. See you.
I'm sorry, the quality of the sound was not good enough. Could you rephrase the question, please? Non, c'est bon, c'est clair, merci. Merci. Non, c'est vrai qu'il y a la logique de la zone de libre-échange continentale va nécessairement conduire à revoir le cadre des accords de partenariat économique. D'autant plus que la plupart des accords de partenariat économique existants actuellement sont des accords intérimaires. Donc il est évident que à mesure que le AfCFTA devient une réalité, le cadre de nos échanges commerciaux particulièrement, devra être revu pour s'adapter à cette nouvelle réalité. Je vais essayer de répondre. Je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez. Oui, ça renvoie à des questions que j'ai évoquées tout à l'heure et que Madame Tété elle-même a évoquées. C'est que il va y avoir dans un premier temps des déséquilibres, il va y avoir des pays qui vont être plus directement bénéficiaires de l'intégration économique à court terme que d'autres. Je pense particulièrement à la situation des pays enclavés. Quand on regarde les statistiques, ceux des pays d'Afrique pour lesquels les droits de douane sur le commerce intra-africain a le plus d'importance dans les budgets, ce sont les pays enclavés. Donc il y aura cette première question à prendre en charge en termes de compensation. Ensuite, il y a le risque, si on arrive très vite à une liberté commerciale à l'intérieur de cette grande zone, que certains facteurs de production quittent les pays enclavés pour se rapprocher des côtes pour produire moins cher. Donc tout ça devra faire l'objet de mécanismes de compensation et ça nécessite un pilotage global pour mesurer qui à court terme est pénalisé pour essayer de compenser. Ça c'est le premier point. Le deuxième point, on revient sur la question de la volonté politique, c'est que certains pays ne vont pas bénéficier directement à court terme de la création de la zone, et c'est un peu le problème qu'on a au sein de l'Union européenne. Dans l'Union européenne, nous avons des pays qui sont ce qu'on appelle des contributeurs nets, c'est-à-dire qui payent plus à l'organisation que ce qu'ils reçoivent de l'organisation. Maintenant, ils acceptent de le faire parce qu'il y a des bénéfices induits, il y a des bénéfices à long terme, il y a des bénéfices politiques. Donc ça, c'est le deuxième point que je voulais faire. Et ça renvoie à ce que je disais dans ma présentation, c'est que la condition essentielle pour que cet accord puisse être mis en œuvre, c'est la permanence d'une volonté politique. Mais la chance de l'Union africaine, c'est que cette organisation est d'abord politique, en train de se transformer en organisation économique. C'est un peu le chemin inverse de ce qu'a fait l'Union européenne. Et donc, on peut penser que la volonté politique sera suffisante pour dépasser toutes ces difficultés et régler tous les problèmes que soulignait Madame Tété, qui vont se révéler progressivement. Le diable est dans les détails, comme elle l'a dit.
Why don't we give them a pom-pom, I think, for a... Thank you, Fatin, Excellencies, thank you so much. There is something that has resonated throughout all the sessions. It's the reminder that any project of development that leaves people out or that does not take cognizance of the context and the peculiarities in the context is likely to fail. Not because it is not technically sound, but because of the African proverb that says, people don't care so much about what you know and can do until they know that you care about them. So as we take the break, I just wanted to remind those who are following us online and Excellencies in the room that the fundamental question as we look across the continent is this disconnect that African young people and women feel from the economy as it was before COVID and from the economy as it is in the context of COVID. And that disconnect creates discontent. And unless trust is built in the implementation, and that's what we've heard from this session, unless trust is built, as well as an infrastructure that enables the humanization of the regionalization of our trade agenda, then what you will have is a breakdown of something that's meant to be good. So I wish to remind you of something that was in the 2019 State of Peace and Security report as we part. And that was the idea that the interconnectedness of livelihoods, of social policy and economic policy, as well as environmental policy, has a way of manufacturing for us, not just conflict, but also a way of manufacturing for us opportunity. So as we prepare for the next session, just remember that we are here not to describe the impossibilities of a continental free trade agreement or the difficulties, nor are we here in a romantic mode to describe the potential. Excellency, I have in the African tradition been telling stories. So I wish to tell this story specifically for you because you will remember it as a story from Tana. Excellency, there is a young lady that said to us once we were gathered in a room that the word potential must never be allowed or used again in Africa. And the reason why that word should not be used is because of the experience of women. She then said her grandmother's story is the story of her mother and her own. That when a young woman is about the age of 16 or 17 or 18, she falls in love with a young man who she says he has potential to make a good life partner, right? And when he's in his 20s, he's behaving badly, and she has, oh, this happens when people are young. He has the potential to become a good husband. So she marries him, and when she marries him, he's still behaving badly. And she says, oh, he has the potential, after we get children, to become a good father. And then they have children, and the fatherhood is not necessarily a demonstration of the greatest fatherhood, or at least not what she expected the potential would be. And then she says, oh, well, when the kids are grown, he has the potential to be a good companion as we age together. Then the kids grow up and they leave home, and she says, oh, he has the potential when I'm old and frail to take care of me. And the idiot decides to die before her and dies with potential. It is useful in the discussion, Excellency, of both the relations of Africa and the EU and the relations of Africa with Africa, that we go beyond the discussion of potential. And I'm glad and endeared by your presence at Tana, as are the organizers, because I think it's a signification that, unlike most people who reduce this lovely continent of ours to flora, fauna, the big five, and mountains, and natural resources, zinc, cobalt, and so on and so forth, there has emerged a cadre of people and a thinking that begins to see Africa not in terms of those things that are naturally okay, but as a continent where there are actually ideas, there are actually thoughts. As you would have said, a land of ideas, a land of innovation, and a land of transformation. May the partnership that you have authored with the continent, in particular around the trade agenda, may it strengthen, may it deepen, and may it move beyond potential. May you all enjoy your break and see you at the next session at 5. Thank you, Excellency. Excellency, thank you.
You just forgot the potential to be.
next one, yeah. Are we ready? I'd like to welcome you to the last session of the 5th day of the 2020 Tana Forum. We're going to have a side event, which is our 4th side event in this year's Tana Forum, with the theme Peace and Stability, a recipe for successful AfCFTA implementation. This is being co-hosted with Humanity United. The moderator for this session is Dr. Akwasi Aidu, who's a senior fellow at Humanity United. Humanity United is a grant-making foundation dedicated to promoting peace, human rights, and human rights around the world. Dr. Akwasi Aidu serves on the boards of several international organizations, including the International Development Research Center and Human Rights Watch. I now hand over to Dr. Akwasi Aidu, and he has a very exciting panel of eminent practitioners in this field. I will return. Only one of the speakers is in the room. Dr. Akwasi Aidu will introduce his panel. Akwasi, over to you. I'm hope. So Akwasi, I've already introduced you. You can, I think you can go ahead. Perfectly.
Not quite sure whether I heard the question. Was that question addressed to Rehema Akwasi? I'll assume, based on our prior discussion, that that question relates to me. Firstly, merci pour la parole, as we say in Congo. Thanks for this invitation and the opportunity to share our thoughts on the importance of peace and security for the successful implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I think to answer the first part of the question, in terms of whether within the current context of peace and security, achieving the African Continental Free Trade Agreement would be successful, I think as Her Excellency Tete mentioned earlier, it's very important not to be too optimistic or too pessimistic either. I think it's important to understand that this is going to be a challenge for the continent as well as the member states to be able to implement this successfully. I want us to quickly carry out an exercise, actually. If we were to have a look at the continental map of Africa, I think we'd quickly realize that the continent is currently wearing a sash of instability, starting north in Libya with the civil war, and as we begin to move south towards the Sahel as well as the Lake Chad area, countries such as Mali with the recent coup, the stalemate in Nigeria with Boko Haram, the Amazonian crisis in Cameroon, you move slightly towards Central Africa, and we find a Central African Republic that is still very fragile. And as we move further east, we begin to recognize that South Sudan is also, although moving towards peace, still fragile, and a few other countries such as Somalia as well as Mozambique down south. But I wanted to focus on the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is my country, the country where I currently live and work, and a country that has been mentioned more than once, that was mentioned more than once in the previous panel discussion. The Democratic Republic of Congo is a country with immense potential. And I know that Brian did mention earlier that we should not be saying that any country or any continent has potential, because we don't want any death without any potential, with potential, so to say. But there's an importance here of highlighting how important the Democratic Republic of Congo is to this continent, given its geopolitical position and the fact that it remains a country that connects the north and the south of the continent in terms of its landmass, being the biggest country in in the sub-Saharan Africa, and a country that also connects the east and the west of the continent. So in terms of successfully implementing the FTA, I think, and I'd go as far as saying, with regards to the DRC as well as the other countries I've named and not, or not, that are currently unstable, as a continent, we have to find ways to deal with the instability that exists in order to successfully implement the African Free Trade Agreement. Otherwise, I think not dealing with it now and in the future will certainly lead to destabilizing effects, not just on the countries currently unstable, but also on neighboring countries. And so I think one of the biggest points to highlight is the fact that there are multiple challenges and obstacles to the successful implementation of the agreement. One of them, of course, is the fact that we are known on this continent to write up very good agreements and not completely going all the way with the implementation. I think Dr. Tesfaciu yesterday had mentioned that we need to stop thinking that action planning is action. And I think that's one of the things that we really need to highlight. I want to focus on two main obstacles, which I think are also bright spots here. One is the youth bulge on this continent. We have a continent with the vast majority of the population under the age of 35. According to the UN, it's around 75%. That population, even in the DRC as well as the rest of the continent, provides a huge opportunity for production as well as investment in the human capital that is young people in this continent. But at the same time, it also is a time bomb. We have a continent that is forecasted to add 1.3 or 1.4 billion people from now up until 2050. And so I think dealing with young people or the youth bulge that currently exists is one of the biggest challenges that we have in order to successfully implement the agreement, mainly because this agreement will certainly bolster the economic development of the continent and provide certainly jobs for this massive group that is going to be added to the population. And finally, I want to also highlight the informal sector. I mean, 80% of the markets in Africa are currently in the informal sector. And I think the way we deal with the informal sector is both an obstacle, but also a bright spot in the sense that quite a lot happens within the sector. We heard of the fact that most of the sector is made up of women. That's an opportunity, a huge opportunity for the continent as well as specific member states. And so I think generally in order to successfully implement the agreement as a continent, we have to ensure that we prioritize stabilization alongside integration, because we cannot, as Excellency Duarte had mentioned earlier, we cannot focus solely on integration and forget the vitality of stabilizing this continent in order to really push for a successful implementation of the agreement. And I think that it's certainly not impossible, but it's going to be a challenge to successfully implement this if we do not focus on successfully stabilizing countries that are currently unstable. Kwasi. I think in terms of best practices, there is perhaps one project that I can give an example. And as a reminder, I head up a relatively small NGO based out of the province of Ituri in the northeast of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we work also in the province of North Kivu. I mentioned earlier the obstacle of the informality of markets or sectors within the continent. In the DRC, mining, both large-scale as well as small-scale mining, has been considered as a contributor to conflict as well as the underdevelopment of the country. And I think when you look at the Democratic Republic of Congo, specifically Ituri, where we work, gold is the mineral that is seen as fueling the ongoing conflict, almost endemic conflict between communities in that particular region. And so the question we asked ourselves around 7 to 8 years ago was, how do we turn gold from being a conflict or war mineral into a peace mineral? And as part of answering that question, we partnered up with Peace Direct as well as the GHR Foundation, and came up with a project that we called Peace Gold. Essentially, the project, as part of the project, we're working with supporting 2 artisanal mining cooperatives to produce gold in the territory of Njugu, still in the province of Ituri, in an ethical as well as environmentally friendly way, as a way to consolidate peace, to protect the environment, and to generate sustainable income. And I must note here that most of the members of the cooperatives are ex-combatants who mostly are also young in terms of the youth bulge I'd mentioned earlier. And so this project essentially is looking at ways to build trust between communities within war-affected parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And as part of the implementation of this particular project, we've realized and recognized the importance of multi-sectoral approaches to conflict resolution and conflict management. And by that, I mean the marrying peace building with economic development. And as part of that process, the impact has been absolutely amazing to see the fact that over the last 3 years, when conflict has been rife in the area, killings have been rife. In fact, since March of this year to around June, there were almost 200,000 displaced people within the area. But the 2 communities where we work were almost untouched because of the community and social cohesion that was created as part of the peace committee that was created by members of the cooperatives. And so I think in terms of the best practice here, I would definitely recommend and before even recommending, I think the next phase of the project is looking at, which is in alignment with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, is looking at how we can connect those cooperatives to an international legal export platform. And I think that's where the FTA comes in. How can gold, conflict-free gold, coming out of the Democratic Republic of Congo, specifically the province of Ituri, be traded or even sold in other countries, such as neighboring countries, such as Uganda, Rwanda, or even internationally, from this upstream production that we've created with the cooperatives to really create a supply chain that is integrated and also focuses on the stability of the Democratic Republic of Congo by focusing on the exporting of conflict-free gold. I think the recommendation here really, in terms of best practice, would be to look at ways of supporting grassroots efforts. I think it's great that we're having this conversation here in Addis. But there are plenty of organizations doing absolutely amazing work on the ground that are more than capable of really helping to communicate this agreement to the grassroots. Because I think in most cases, as we've heard quite often here, is the fact that this agreement will need to really be communicated widely for it to really be accepted and appropriated by the African population, and mainly the large portion of the population made up mainly of young people and women in the informal sector. So that would be the recommendation of supporting grassroots organizations that have the capacity of promoting this agreement and facilitating the successful implementation of the agreement throughout the continent. And of course, I'm speaking of the Democratic Republic of Congo, fully knowing that it's a country that has signed on to the agreement, but that has not yet ratified the agreement. But it's a country that is way too important for this continent, right in the middle of the continent, to be ignored. Thank you.
Sorry, Akwesi. Hello. Akwesi, this is Brian. You are supposed to end at 18:30 our time. My watch suggests that you have 30 minutes, but if there is any particular reason why you want to end 30 minutes early, it is really up to you. Could take anything from 15 to 30 minutes, should you please. I can hear you clearly.
Yes. So I think my colleagues have addressed this question really well and covered most of what I would have added as well. But I think in terms of just adding another point really would just be the fact that despite what the person who has written the question has referred to as a failure, I think I would support Yemi in saying that we really need to build up on what was achieved as part of those regional organizations in terms of what lessons we can really pick up and move forward with for this continental agreement. What is positive here, however, is the widely accepted as well as supported agreement and the political will, which at the moment seems to be very high in terms of really pushing for the implementation, for the successful implementation of this agreement. And for that, I think the necessary mechanisms have to be put in place as a result of analyzing the lessons picked up from the previous, from what exists currently in terms at the regional level, and to really look at how this agreement can really bolster Africa's economic progress and development, because there's definitely a lot of potential. There's definitely more pros than cons in terms of this agreement. And it definitely is most likely to be a stimulus package that we need at this particular moment in terms of the pandemic that currently we're facing throughout the world, especially here in Africa. So I think it's definitely an agreement that needs to be supported. And most importantly, we really have to focus on implementing this successfully, as opposed to just leaving it as an agreement that we can look at in the next few years and add it to the list of other agreements that were very well written and supported, but were never successfully implemented. Thank you. Thank you, Akwasi. I think, yes, it is a question that almost feels like it's directed to us and our organization. Of course, touches on the work that we do as a local peace-building organization. The question absolutely has its place and is extremely vital because local peace builders, especially in this discussion around peace and security on the continent, cannot be ignored. In fact, we need to actually zoom in on the work that local peace builders are doing in terms of the different approaches that they're using within different contexts on the continent. There's of course an interesting discourse on the role of international players in terms of stabilization, and at the moment it feels as though in most cases it's always international versus local. What do international players bring to the discussion in terms of bringing about stabilization and peace, and what role do local organizations and local peace builders play? And I think it's actually a discussion that needs to be extended beyond just platforms such as this. Locally, for example, in the Democratic Republic of Congo where we work, there's a lot that international players such as the UN's stabilization mission, MONUSCO, brings to the table. However, there are a lot of other peace-building approaches that they just cannot do on their own and need local organizations such as ours and others on the ground that are doing absolutely amazing work in terms of the relationship and the trust that they have built with grassroots communities. And it really requires collaboration and ongoing collaboration between international players and local peace builders. But I think it's one that, as I mentioned earlier, especially around promoting this agreement to the grassroots. There's a lot of work that's going to be needed in terms of really communicating the importance of this agreement and how much it's going to bolster and really fast-track the development of our continent if it is successfully implemented, and the role that the grassroots community can play. And by grassroots communities, it goes from those who are currently in the informal sector working in conflict-inflicted contexts, or even those that are not necessarily in conflict-inflicted contexts, but still need to hear more on this agreement and how much this agreement can contribute to the development of the economies. And so the question is an absolutely essential question, and I think it's one that really needs to be further discussed beyond the few minutes that we have here. But it's one that, as I mentioned earlier, grassroots communities and grassroots organizations really need to be supported to really assist in bringing about stability in order to facilitate integration of economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Akwasi. Thank you, Desiree. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Rehima. Thank you, Jide, and thank you, Yemi. It's been a phenomenal panel to close our 5th day. Great insights, practical suggestions, as well as cautions. Colleagues, it's been a long day. It remains for me to thank those of you who have stayed with us throughout the day. We will see you tomorrow. You all look hungry, so I will not share any story at this moment, but we will see you tomorrow, and it is our last day. And tomorrow we can reflect on some of the great things that have happened this week. Take care. Enjoy Addis Ababa. Enjoy resting or working. See you again in the same place tomorrow. So tomorrow, just for the sake of clarity, we will start at 13:45. 13:45 to 14:45, we will have voices from Tana. And then at 3 p.m., from 3 p.m. to 16:30, we will have the discussion, making the AfCFTA work. And then from 16:45 to 17:40, we will have the closing ceremony of Tana. We should be done just before 6 p.m. tomorrow for those who have flights or other business to take care of. Take care. See you tomorrow.